Hello. Hello.
Dun, 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 dun. Do I need a hug? I will always graciously accept hugs from people. That's why I have like an exclamation point hug command. I highly recommend using that. But I don't necessarily need it. You know how you don't necessarily need a hamburger? It's kind of in that kind of a... That's the kind of realm that I'm in right now. Also, why is my hands not doing the hand tracking thing? Hang on. I need to see why my hands aren't doing the hand tracking before I go over to the other screen. Has my PC decided to just conk out on me again? Maybe. No, it's plugged it. There we go. Alrighty, how was the Monday stream? I missed it because of work. It was fairly good. It was fairly good. Alright, hang on. So, I need to make sure I've got my things. I've got my cable for the PlayStation. I got my arms. I still got, like, way more, places to put in my little thingy, my little, hey, I'm online and I'm streaming thingy-majiggy, because it's not perfect yet. But, you know, I'm getting through it. Don't you worry. But yeah, happy Wednesday for everyone that is here in tonight's stream. Thank you so much for being here. The first person here was Zach. Thank you so much for being here. A good morning to you. We got Bone Mass Dog, we got Omega, we got Tanmux. Honestly, Tanmux, very much appreciative of you coming in here so many times. Really do. So, also, hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, where is my head at? But yeah, I need to get the meme because I liked and retweeted this thing. All right. Also, I need to double check and see. Okay, why in the... I need to figure out, because there's like some websites that are, or like there's some Discord channels that are using the YAG but for whatever reason, it doesn't grab like my Twitch stuff, and I don't know why. Like on some sites it does, and other sites it doesn't. So I might need to like remove and re-add like my Twitch thing. I might need to do that. Oh my god, there's so many emotes coming in from Goldie. They're really excited to see me. Also, hi there, Joe. Couldn't think of a name. Welcome to the stream. I am almost done with posting in all the different places that I am online and that I am streaming, because I was a little bit behind the times. I'm gonna be real with yous, because I kind of got a little bit distracted. Because I told myself, okay, actually, no, let's not get distracted. I need to get the meme that I saw on Twitter.com. There was a meme about like autism, ADHD stuff. Like, I know there's a lot of those like channels or profiles. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. There's a lot of those profiles and channels where they're just, you know, they're like, oh yeah, just these silly little autism things, where it's like, you know, that's kind of true, but it's like, you know, more like it's like, you know, so it's only ever the funny bits, and it's only ever for a laugh, so it's never meant to be like proper diagnosis shit or anything like that. And I've put in the wrong thingy-majiggy because I copied and paste. There we go. So we drop that into there, we drop that into there. I'm not gonna post in there. Alrighty then. Now I need to go back into my Discord. Also, I see Zach posting the you know, wanting a redraw rotoscope thingy-majiggy of Peck burst and does an explosion. I will put that on my to-do list. But there is a meme out there where it's just where most often when you're what's-a-mahoozy, blah 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 blah, like when you're on like the spectrum and you're like really punctual with time and what have you, like if you're really committed to something, you're like, okay, I can't get myself distracted 100%. I need to be ready for this event. So someone did like an image of like just someone just doing 1,000-yard stare, sitting at a chair, just wait. They're like where ADHD people are just in waiting mode. And that's kind of what I was being at for the start of today, basically. Because yesterday morning, I joined in with Unnamed when they were doing a Yin UI stream where we were drinking and playing American Truck Simulator. It was honestly so much fucking fun. I am not normally a follower of American Truck Simulator, so the only reason I was doing it was for Unnamed, and quite frankly, it's absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. You should go check out Unnamed. You should go check out their shit. They've recently, as well, have done a re-debut. Uranea Zach, you are a whole person? Let's see. So, 62% cute and 50% himbo. Nice! Excellent work. But yeah, blah, 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 blah. I was able to join in on their Yin UI stream, yesterday. And today they've been doing a re-debut stream. Now, I didn't work today like I did yesterday either, but, you know, there wasn't, like, too many games for me to join in on and, you know, be the huge fun and such, but it wasn't about me. It's about them. It's about Unnamed 471, or the Unnamed Yin. They have done so much work into their model, and you should go check out their stream. Right now, it's not explicitly them right now. They had like a subathon recently where some of the stuff that happened, like some of the stuff that they unlocked were things such as organizing a karaoke stream, getting maid outfit redeems like what I have, and they've gotten up to a point where the blah 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 brain. Where's my brain at? They got up to a point where they now had to hand over the stream to Sly Fox. So right now Sly Fox is playing some fucking game right now while the Yin is asleep. So Yin's gonna be asleep for like who knows how long, but they're hopefully gonna wake up again in another 2 hours or so. So with luck. You saw their new model yesterday. It's not bad, but eye tracking needs some work. Eye tracking is always tough to do, quite frankly. But like, let's be real. Like, you know, 3D models are 3D and 2D models are always going to have something different. Like, so for instance, for me, GrantZeebs, there is no like, you know, there's no vertical tracking to my model. Like, if I, you know, squat and come back up, you don't see me squatting. You just see, like, you know, my head tilting, like, forwards. And, like, that's all there is to it. There isn't that much, you know, head going up and down or anything like that, which is really unfortunate. And the only way I think I could get away with, like, you know, getting that working on my current setup is, like, it is just revisiting how I do tracking. Because right now I've got just an iPhone camera doing the face tracking, like seeing all this, and then I've got like a leap motion thing. So basically imagine between these pecs right now, there's like a little IR blaster that's keeping track of like my fingies right now. So it's like you got one thing here, and then you've got like another thing here. I feel like if I wanted to be able to do like horizontal and vertical like movement tracking and shit, I would need to revisit how I'm doing tracking, which would be very difficult because the thing is that there was already a lot of fandangling nonsense going off with this kind of tracking, because if I made it so that it was only like because like with the current tracking in the past, if I moved my head like, you know, 90 degrees in this direction, there would be barely any movement on my neck. So there was all that kind of stuff going off, which means it would do the same thing when going over in that direction. Imagine having those pecs right now. Now there's your face. Yeah, just imagine between these pecs, your face, and you're facing outwards. That's basically how this camera for the hand tracking works and what have you. I also want to take part in this 3D VTubing. Does everyone use iPhones for tracking, or can I use a regular webcam? You can use a regular webcam. Like 3D VTubing, you can get away with using a free model and using VC Face. VC Face has some, like, you know, webcam tracking features and what have you. That's how a lot of people got started. And, you know, over time, there will be things where it's like, oh, I want to do this instead. Where, so for instance, for me, GrantZeebs, I have, like, all these other blend shapes. Like, tongue out, cheek puff, and, like, all this, like, different, like, eye and face and nose movement, which, you know, isn't perfectly conveyed because, you know, horse, not a lot of, like, facial animations that are the exact same between a human and a horse, but, you know, we try. So the iPhone does all that kind of tracking. That way, I don't use up my CPU while streaming and such to go between all the different thingamadiggies. So there's that. And then, excuse me, brain. So yeah, so we've got all that. Where is my head at? I'm just staring at a little thingamadiggy right over here. Brain, you can do it. You can do it, brain. But yeah, so with 3D modeling, you can go with the lowest, you can go low fi. You can go down to the lowest fi. And like, quite frankly, like, not everyone is going to start the same way I did of like having, you know, a 100% custom model with, you know, a 3D modeler who did all this stuff for me. And then me, you know, doing the IT know-how to get an iPhone, doing the tracking and yada yada. Because one, I have the full-time job. I can get away with throwing money into things that I'm not going to get a return on and what have you, even after doing this for like 5 years. Or not 5 years, 4 years. Even after doing this for like 4 years. You're trying to master Blender and make a model for yourself, but most likely I'll just be under a different account and with a mod for the voice so that my friends don't know that it's me, so that later on I can find out their opinion from the outside without reference to me and my person. Unless you tell them what your username is, your friends aren't going to find you. Twitch is so massive, they are not going to find you by accident. So, because, like, here's the thing, is that there are people at my work, like, even though they know I stream, like, they know that if I, like, because I'll mention it, I'll be like, oh, hey, I'm, like, you know, I'm streaming this evening, or I'm streaming Monday night, or I'll be doing, like, a late night Saturday stream, and they're like, oh, what game are you playing? And I'm like, oh, I'll be playing this game. And they're like, cool. Do they know my name? No, I don't tell them my name. That's the one thing I don't want them to know, because I don't want to have the conversation about this character and how he started and all that kind of nonsense at work. Because there's just going to be a lot of uncomfortable questions and answers that I'm going to have to give, especially given the origins of this character and the kind of shit that I'm sharing on my Twitters with, you know, this persona and such that I would not be sharing IRL. So, yeah, they don't get to know my name unless they are really hunting for it. Because if they really hunt for it, then, you know, fine, fuck it. They'll get some answers and what have you. Because, yeah. In fact, so sometimes I have free time at work and I can do some modeling. In fact, Russian Twitch among our Russian furries is very limited. We have very few VTubers, just a few. It'll be difficult to become famous when it is not popular here. Closeted furry. Many furries are closeted or in Azak. That's just the fun fact. When the fandom of furries is built off of people liking anthropomorphized creatures and have had a consistent track record of social rejects and freaks and geeks joining into their groups, you're not gonna get some, you know, Aussie jock that's just gonna be like, you know, coming to the Brisbane lines in full lion fursuit gear being like, right, guys, I just had an amazing time at the South Bank meet, and I think we're gonna have a wonderful game tonight. Alright, who's with me on this one? Like, you're not gonna get that. That's most furries are closeted. You can try speaking only English, but it'll be with a terrible accent and a ton of cringe. Well, that's fine. Most VTubers are cringe. I'm cringe. Like, there has definitely been times I have been cringing and what have you, and quite frankly, you just have to embrace that a little bit. I have not fully embraced it myself. I cannot stand watching a VOD of myself. Like, I need to do that. I need to look at my VODs in order to do, like, clips and what have you, because, you know, not everyone does clips of my channel and what have you, and I don't get, like, a little update of saying, oh, hey, this is a high-end rising clip or anything like that. So, you know, I can't, like, you know, look at myself and what have you. And that's just an ego thing. Like, there is a need for ego to do Twitch stuff, especially if you are not a VTuber where you can do the separation of, you know, the id and the projection. Also, hi there, Izzy the fat cat. Welcome to the stream. Just to check to make sure I'm not insane, but are you stuttering more often, or is it just your hardware? Like, stuttering as in vocal stuttering? It's your hardware then. Oh, okay. I don't look to be having any, like, you know, frames or anything like that, so it might be a your hardware thing. So, you know, classic checks, you know, do the refresh the stream, maybe run it at a lower quality, so then that way it has like less has a lower bit rate to try and keep consistent and such, because, you know, there should be like a little thingamadiggy down at the bottom where you can change it from trying to do 1080p streaming down to like 720p or 480p. Like, I do the Twitch enhanced broadcasting things. I would say Twitch has been erratic lately, but that's like the default state of the website. Twitch being erratic? Nah. Just put that in there right now. But yeah, so hopefully you're having a wonderful evening, Izzy. Chat, you should go check out Izzy the Fat Cat. They do some amazing artwork, alright? You need to commission them to do some artwork. Granted, it would be nice to get funds from Izzy, but... Or, not from Izzy, it would be nice to get funds from my viewers, but, you know, this is all I do, is that I just Twitch stream and what have you. I'm not an artist. I don't create cool things. But you know who does create cool things? Izzy. Izzy creates some amazing art. You should go check him out, and they might be able to draw you. I think there's a huge problem in the inability to talk and constantly conduct a dialogue or monologue. There is no point in streaming if you are going to be silent. Although such streams are very popular among artists, they often do not even turn on the microphone. They just draw. But I think that if you do not know how to talk and make it interesting, it is pointless. To each their own, Goldie. I have seen streams on like Picardo and on Twitch where the artist has barely spoken. Like, you can go like for a good hour of them not speaking and they're still getting some real big views. You know why? Because people want the vibes. Or better yet, there's a conversation going off in the chat that we're not privy to seeing and what have you. What's Izzy saying? I'm positively exhausted today. I woke up in the middle of the night and my hair was drenched. Was it raining in your room? For streaming to be engaging, you really have to have the gift of gab. Yeah, you really do. You need an element. There needs to be an element to streaming. I don't have it. It was hot as hell. Well, it is cold as fuck over here. What's the weather like in my place? Hang on a second. Let me open up Opera GX and let me get the weather. Let's see. Would the weather that I'm about to have be more or less enjoyable for you? Alright. So, no, we don't care about Fahrenheit. Give it to us in Celsius. It is 16 degrees Celsius with, like, holy shit, 84% humidity. Why is it so humid? Oh, it's because it's gonna rain tomorrow. That's why. Fuck. That sucks. And I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm probably gonna have to go to work in the rain. Wait, when's it gonna rain? It's probably gonna rain... Okay, so it's probably gonna rain in the middle of the day or at the end of the day. And then on Friday, I'm working from home, and it's gonna rain in the morning. So, thankfully, not a problem for me. You would love to be in 16 degrees Celsius? Wish I could give that to you, Izzy. Unfortunately, I am not one of those suspiciously wealthy furs that can do the whole, I will invite my friends to come to, like, you know, random furry meetups and conventions and be like, hey, you and I, we should hang out at this country you've never been to before, or this, you know, this city that you do not live in, and we should hang out and such. And then you go, oh, but how am I going to do this, Grant? I don't have any money. And then I, you know, turn around with like a whole ream of cash, and I'm just being like, oh, what's that? My friends need financial support? I wish I could do that. I wish I could financially support my friends. Unfortunately, I can barely financially support myself. I have to put, like, you know, small-term loans on my, on some of my nonsense. 300 Australian dollars for a portable AC would be good enough. Chat, go help out Izzy the Fat Cat. Let me give Izzy the Fat Cat another shout out. Hopefully Izzy the Fat Cat has a PayPal link attached to their Twitch. You should go check out their Twitch account. See if they have a PayPal. And then if they do have a PayPal, send them money. They need air conditioning. They need a portable AC. Like, I have an AC in my apartment, but it's not in this room right now. It's over in the bedroom because, for whatever reason, Australia is like, oh yes, you'll need an AC either in the bedroom or in the living area, but not in, like, you know, not in offices or, you know, ducted all around. You have a coffee? Excellent. Go check out Izzy the Fat Cat's Twitch account. See if they have a... Actually, you know what I can do? I can just type in Izzy the Fat Cat. There they are. Alright, do they have a coffee? Let me go to their about page. Do they have their coffee? They have their socials, they have their throne, they have their commission form. If I click on their load a commission form, it takes them to forms. If I go to their socials, is there a coffee link in their thingy-majiggies? Yes, there is. Go to their coffee. Yeah, thank you, Izzy. There's the coffee. Dun, 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 dun. I can't read. Well, no. Like waffles, raw potatoes, or anything like that. What is it? Inspect element. Dink? Oh, here we go. Hang on. Sorry, I am right now in the mainframe. I'm looking at the source code of Twitch right now. So then that way I can do this. Well, no, it's not like What does that say? Well, no, it's not like waffles made from potatoes or anything like that. What? Wait, waffles aren't... Oh, wait, no, waffles aren't made... Waffles are just pancakes, right? Waffles are just, you know, are just pancakes with, like, crust. Pretty sure that's how they work. Do you have plans to travel to distant countries? Goldie asks. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But the plan is like, not... Yes, but not till, March next year. Not till March 2026. I need to save monies for that. So, yeah. Excuse me. Nose. I need to just scratch my nose just a little bit. Alright, close that window. I don't need that window open all the time. But yeah, so... Where is my brain? Where is my brain? Where is my brain? I should know where my brain is. No, I don't need to go to the bathroom. But yeah, so... You know, thought I had more stuff, but apparently my mind is just going absolute, you know, silly empty right now and isn't actually doing the needful of like, oh, hey, you should talk about these things. You should mention this. It's like, it's doing none of that right now, which is really unfortunate. The only thing that's like, you know, properly in my head right now is that I should be going back into... You're so silly, I love you. Waffles are just pancakes with crust, aren't they? That's what it feels like. I feel like that's what they are. Oh, also I can't hear. There we go. Now I can hear it. Alright. The Magellan. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. How's it going, Bookie? You doing good? You alive? Alright, let's head to the bridge. So, this is Rainy. She brings the rain. Ow.
outside, Rainey's constantly surrounded by timefall.
Yep.
But within a 1.5-meter radius of her body, a different kind of precipitation is observed. We call it core fall.
What?
Anything it touches is restored to an earlier state.
Ah, okay. They're talking about the reversing
In other
timefall
words,
thing she has.
It has the power to heal and repair, to counteract timefall's effects. Sadly, people only see the timefall, and not the remarkable woman standing in the eye of the storm. Still no signs of growth?
I should be due any day now. If things were normal, that is. But the baby's still stuck at 7 months.
She has still baby syndrome. Have you ever heard of it?
Is it similar to the BBs?
I met a few preppers in Mexico that had something like that.
They're not isolated cases. It seems to be happening everywhere. Though who knows if it's a syndrome or a symptom of something else.
Ooh, I need to clear my throat.
Simply put, the fetus stops growing at about 7 months. To be clear, it doesn't die, but it no longer moves, as if it's frozen in time. Several treatments, including C-sections, have been attempted. Unfortunately, removal from the womb invariably results in death. And while not all pregnancies are affected, it's yet another contributing factor to the already low birth rate. The Genetic Diversity Conservation Initiative just isn't enough to compensate.
You got any idea what's causing it?
There's speculation that it's due to an imbalance in the beach itself. I'm sure it's been explained to you before that countless individual beaches exist, a multiverse of beaches, so to speak.
Yep.
And that they are all governed by an upper beach on a higher plane.
Or just the beach.
Expansion of the chiral network to cover the whole UCA may have inadvertently disrupted the link to that beach. Or so they think.
It's a...
BB units were also 7-month-old fetuses. So it's not hard to believe that the beach might very well influence the unborn.
Oh, and there's Charlie.
I can offer you no concrete answer. I can state that the plan to extend the chiral network into the Australian continent, to take it worldwide, is also intended to help restore balance to the aforementioned upper beach. And in doing so, it is possible that we may resolve the issue of still baby syndrome.
A lot of ifs, maybes, and buts. We have no guarantees. This is all guesswork so far. But yeah, so if you weren't here in last week's stream, it very well quite simply was just Sam Fisher following, you know, going across Australia to reconnect the National Broadband Network, the chiral equivalent of the National Broadband Network. We take a quick detour to save Skippy, and after we save Skippy, the pregnant Japanese woman, I think she's Japanese, the pregnant woman, blesses the rain so then that way it stops a forest fire that was started because of oiled up whales falling from the sky.
The cargo. So it's going to be a long-distance delivery from West Fort Knott instead. Moreover, this request requires you to transport a large quantity of cargo. Careful consideration will need to be given to your route and your means of traversing it. You'll also need to think about what equipment you might need. Only then should you commit to a plan of action. Access the delivery terminal at West Fort Knott to pick up this main order. Oh, and the DHB Magellan can take you there, if need be. Just open your ring terminal and select chart course to request transport.
So, an average day in Australia? Almost, yeah. He's just eating, like, weird cryo thingamadoogs. Also, no more Monster. It's all iced tea. So, it's not entirely an average day in Australia, like, because we're not all responsible for connecting up the NBN and all that, but it is what it is. Also, I have a feeling that after we go through all 3 of these sips, we'll have, you know, the max bonus we can get to our stamina, 25%. And hopefully Dull Man isn't gonna have too much that we need to say. Hi there, Minty. Welcome to the stream. There we go. Alright, so that's 3 pieces.
Glug, 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 glug.
Alright, time to have my water. Alright, do we have a new book? Or is it just... Oh, it's just Moby Dick again.
The Pequod is the ship in which Ahab pursues Moby Dick on his quest for vengeance. His crew includes Dutchmen, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, Icelanders, as well as shipmates from China and India. Countless other people of myriad origins, too. It is arguably symbolic of the multiracial United States. A gathering of souls that transcends ethnic and national divisions, united in pursuit of a singular goal. I can't help but be reminded of Kojima Productions. Wait, judging by your reaction...
Why are we getting a fourth wall break?
Kojima Productions? Sam, you can't be serious.
Kojima, you son of a bitch, why am I getting these things? Also, please don't tell me that Sam Bridges is going to be going through a Moby Dick kind of story. A self-suck moment. Something wrong. Excuse me, throat. Alright, so we can't really add more things. Actually, let's see. What kind of components? So, we can't do... Electric shock absorber. Oh, but we don't have the special alloy for it. Never mind. Alright. Don't use the sink. Does Dollman have anything to say to us? I hope that this story isn't just Kojima's interpretation of Moby Dick.
Sam, been a while since you had a proper shower, wouldn't you say? I was looking into the conditions that led to the bushfire we escaped. It seemed to have been caused by a phenomenon.
You meant the
known as
whales and the
chiral
Japanese
cinders.
lady blessing the
Unlike
rains.
other items
Fair
washed
enough.
up by the currents, cinders violently erupt
That is
from the
totally
car
believable. That is
and
totally
soared through
typical
the sky before
Australian.
crashing to the ground. This phenomenon has been observed across the continent and has led to an increase in bushfires. It's one more potential threat to keep an eye out for. Ever wanted to learn more about the various creatures housed at the animal shelter, Sam? Well, there's a speaker outside the might be good to check in on some of the...
Could not care, actually. Dang. Alright, we're gonna go for the shower really quickly because Dollman commented on it. We don't get a good look at, what's-a-mahoozy, Sam Bridges is just naked and all that kind of nonsense, so we just do with what we have. Oh, this is different. He's just laying down on the ground. Last time, he would normally be standing up and shit, but this one's different. He's just sitting there. $135 chiral crystals extracted from Sam's bodily fluids. We have showered and cleaned up, and we don't have a problem with our, what's-a-mahoozies. Alright. Up to the surface we go, and we do more of our... Oh, wait, no, we probably should have gone back to West Fort now, shouldn't we? It was like a long-distance trek or something like that. Oh, but we wouldn't get this, actually. Let's see what this does. The fuck?
like a child.
Is it the same memory of the dude that's like... Ah, never mind. Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. Wait, what? It seems an order is being issued to deliver cargo from the animal shelter. What's odd is that the order came from my shelter, but there shouldn't be anyone there unless someone's broken in. I've got a bad feeling. Oh, shit! Alright, hang on. We gotta...
Hey, Sam, why don't you...
Alright, so that goes to the rain, that goes to the thingamadiggy, and then that goes to the animal shelter. Do not submerge. Alright, so that's the... Alright, we're heading out.
Order accepted. Thank you. Thanks again, son.
I'm just gonna really quickly get those things. We're not gonna hit any of these animals. We're just gonna take a shortcut through the natural reserve. Oh shit, someone's got a koala. Oh. So apparently there's like 4 packages we can get here. All this is to help out the animal shelter. Don't mind me as I really quickly pick up these packages. Alright, so we got over 1,000 grams of... Holy fucking shit! That is a lot of bats. Please don't be a problem. Please don't be a problem. Please don't be a problem! Fuck off, bats! Fucking bats. Alright. Alright, let's not hit any of the kangaroos. There we go. Alright, so we deliver the Whatsamahoozy collection boxes to the animal shelter, then we'll grab the thingamadiggy. Oh. There we go. Alright, we deliver the things, and then we'll go check out why Rainy's Whatsamahoozy home is like ordering stuff. Ah. Skip all that.
Thanks for coming to visit us.
Yeah, Legend of Legends, because there's no damage, and we got all 4 of the
Get it
packs.
all here. Is this cargo what I think it is? Wow.
Ah, I almost got up to 3.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
Would it be nice if we got another star for our troubles? Oh, but it looks like we got something else. Proximity scanner detects and displays the presence of enemies within a 20-meter radius. Lovely, lovely. I do like that. All right, now we need to pick up the order for Rainy's what's-a-mahoozy. Let's see what it is. Oh, it's top quality bird feed. The offloader. Let's see, do I have anything for reducing the... Faster order preparation makes the process of reissuing standard orders more efficient, meaning they spend less time on standby once completed. I didn't realize standard orders had a wait timer to them. What's this? Carrier handling boost. Battery efficiency. Proximity scanner. No, we don't really need the proximity scanner.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Alright. So this was where the bushfires were previously, but, you know, thankfully rain came in and, you know, got rid of all of it. Ow. Alright, let's try not to break any more shit. Oh, hello. Whose packages are those? Rainbow Valley? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're heading to Rainbow Valley. Let me pick all those up. There we go. Hey! I need that shirt! I might get a sunburn out here in the Australian sun. What did I just break? God fucking damn it! You made me just rhyme into that cannon. Alright, put that in the offloader. And we head out.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Don't. Are those a pair of boobs? Or what is that? What is that? It's just it's just a little shy doing the little thing, doing a little thingy. Okay. I don't know where my brain was going, where my first thought was that it was like cleavage or something. My brain is not 100% right now. If, you know, I can crash into a tar cannon and then the next thing I see is an emoji thinking boobs. Now the question is that restoring aid request gonna pop up again? And it looks like it has. So if I can... Alright, pop off this. And, alright. Run over here, pick up the boxes. hopefully we'll... I want this, like, Legend of Legends, delivery. Tempting, but I don't want to take a detour right now to pick up an additional package. Because that aid request was just like, you know, it was on the way, but that one there, I would have to, like, you know, backtrack just a tiny bit, which I feel like could affect my returning speed. But yeah, all these, like, dead whales, they're responsible for the forest fire that went off earlier. Absolutely insane. I don't know where Kojima's brain is at to do that. But, yeah, whales somehow are responsible for forest fires in Australia. What? Hello. Hello. Don't know why they're leaving Rainbow Valley when this is Rainbow Valley. Alright. He should be very appreciative of the work I do.
Thanks for coming to visit us again. If you'll allow me to review the order information...
Whales are highly flammable. Yep. You gotta be careful of that whale oil. That's why they're flammable, is because of the whale oil, I'm pretty sure.
The contents haven't suffered...
I'm not a marine biologist, though, so you probably need to check in with a marine biologist about that little tidbit, but that's my thoughts. Ah, so close.
You've worked so hard on our behalf.
Ooh.
This data is thanks.
A little extra battery. Greatly appreciate it.
We're increasing the amount of materials allocated for your use. Make the most of it.
Alright, so not a lot of ceramic, but a bit of metal.
This data is for a miniature battery unit. Clip it to your backpack to give your battery good.
Alright.
Order completed. Well done.
Is there an order that I can take over to Rainy Shelter before we head off? Nope. And... no, not really. I don't exactly want to take detours right now. Alright, top grade bird feed. We're gonna put that on my backpack. And we're gonna run. Because the place that we need to deliver this is just right down the road. Right down the road. Right down the road. Right down. Bye-bye. Wouldn't be a big problem if people just drank the oil. We don't even like eating whale. Why would we drink whale oil? Gonna be real with you. I don't know how I feel about drinking whale oil. Like, you know, I don't like eating whale things, so I probably wouldn't like drinking whale. Also, it's highly flammable. Ding dong. Parakeets. The fucking birds. Of course they, you know, made a request for top grade bird feed. Look at these fuckers. Look at these guys. Mischievous motherfuckers. No, I can't be mad with them if they're giving me a lot of thumbs up. Bird. Birds are crazy intelligent, it seems. Also, I should probably be sitting in my VC just in case Jack, one of my moderators, or anyone else wants to converse with me while in the VC. I need vibes. Oh shit. Hang on. I accidentally spilled a little bit of Coke. Hang on. Crisis averted. The crisis is averted. Do we get anything else from the birds, or do we just get, you know, thumbs up and that's it? Looks like we just get...
Order complete.
Yeah.
Well done.
Alright. Looks like we don't get anything else here. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to claim everything from this place. Let's see if it will let me. Alright. Now you may be wondering, why did I? I'm gonna place in my backpack. And then skip this cutscene. Alright, is there a way for me to get the Magellan here? Hang on. Is there a way for me to get you moving? Chart a course. Okay, so I can put you there. There we go. That way I can just walk over to you with my giant stack of all these supplies.
Come on.
Just like that, Sam.
Just like that. I recovered. No biggie. So I'm gonna take all this like metal and ceramic and resin over to the DMV Magellan. That way, anytime I want to fabricate shit from the Magellan, I can do it from there, rather than like needing to go to like one of the cities. Little and Saror, my hair! Darn you. Alright, recycle and store. Let's put like 230 in you. I'm gonna keep some of the blood bags. The rubber bullets. The blood grenade. Alright, here we go. No, not the cactar again! Oh wait, no, keep... Oh, that's a Mark 1. Hang on. Does that mean I can get rid of the Mark 1 that was in my private locker earlier? Yes, it is. Okay. Recycle all that. Excellent. Let's see, anything... Ooh. Special materials could be the trekking boots, which is on my... but I might need those. Go, and then the blood bag is fine as is. Wait, don't I... Okay, so I have a machine pistol, and then the master handgun is for that kind of stuff there. Alright, head to the private room, and then from the private room, we'll chart a course to the other place that we should be. So then that way we can... That way we get like a full day's rest or something like that, and then we do the big travel. Look at that. Let's travel. Alright. We're gonna chart a when looking at the map, press up and down to change floors. So we can go between... Oh, okay, so that's how we go between places. So we can...
Damn it. Access to that room is restricted, Sam. It's undergoing renovations. And there's chiral contamination as well. So don't go in. Is that clear?
Oh, gee, I wonder why you do not want me... Alright, so... Nice, we can just zoom in. Oh, okay, so this is how we do it. So we can either go to... And then the second floor. Alright, so we can't do anything on the second floor. So that's basement. First floor is the hangar deck. Alright, let's chart a course. So we need to pick up the order here. So we're going to embark on our little travel. Do we just instantly travel with that guy? Do we get a little cutscene? Yeah, we're getting a little cutscene for when we travel. Never mind, we didn't get a cutscene for traveling. We literally just got, ooh, things are bumping in the night, and then that's it. Alright, so, let's head to the surface. We'll incinerate it. Being able to just run through them. Alright, let's pick up our order. So we got a long haul order that we need to do. Deliver all aids. So... Yeah, okay. Dispose of tar drugs supplied by brigand. Recover vehicle paints lost during delivery. Oh my god! Those weren't available for me when I did the thing. Involves a large, use a vehicle or pickup or floating. Remember that two floating can be linked together.
Sam, it's Charlie. I'm pleased to inform you that you can now use the map on your ring terminal to check the weather forecast. We utilize information provided by Rainey, as well as local historical data to make predictions. Take them into consideration when plotting your routes.
Alright, so... Alright, so it looks like there's timefall going up. Alright, so it looks like everything is pushing to the right, so we're not going to have too much of a problem with timefall. And then, let's see, we got some armed hostiles, we got cliffs. Shouldn't be the worst. Yeah. Alright. Alright, we're gonna fabricate ourselves a vehicle. Would this be a good... Yeah, let's just use this one. Unless... Recycling it gives us... Metals, metals, ceramics, and... So 33, 24, and 2. So that requires 220. Okay, so It would be best to use... You have reached the maximum. If you remove a vehicle, the oldest in Europe will be given to another porter. Yep. Okay, so maybe store that in the garage. And then... So this one has a few battery capacities to it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we Alright, so we got blood bags. Already got trekking boots. We've got a level 2 battle skeleton. The level 3 is weighing way less. And then... So let's get you. Oh, hang on. You do not have to require recycling cargo to increase your stock. Okay, hang on a second. I need to... So that's my private locker. Can I recycle this thing? It gives me 620, which should hopefully be enough. This is a very big if that I'm doing. And then... No, not the garage. Fabricate equipment. Battery skeleton level... Yep, cool. And then... I've already got that assault rifle, which is going to be useful. We're going to go... So this is going to be a bit of a lo-fi kind of thing. We'll equip the skeleton. Alright. Let's do this. Thank you, Kojima Productions.
Order accepted. Thank you.
That's another earthquake.
Sam, Tarman here. A short while ago, the tar currents became incredibly unstable. It's gotten so bad that the DHV Magellan can't travel safely. We're
That's
still
not good.
looking into what might have caused this, and we'll be in touch the second we know more.
Sounds good, Tarman. I'll just travel on my own. Just like I did back in Death Stranding 1. And I'll have toot toot chugga chugga big red. Yes, indeed, Sir Dragon. Toot toot chugga chugga indeed. How is your evening going? You got any good tales to share with me? Anything worthy of note? Let's see. Alright. Also, I need to remove that marker. I'm gonna remove all markers. So, Timeful is going off in that direction. We can go through Rainey's. So we can probably just keep going through up to the animal shelter. Or maybe what we can do is to avoid going through too much. Nah, we can. I reckon. Nah, we'll make our way. We'll make our way of to the animal shelter like we said we would. From there, we'll be able to go down this section here. And when we go down that section, we'll need to deal with the armed hostiles that are there. And after they're dealt with, we should be able to make a straight path to the Northern Environmental Observatory. I reckon I've got the right idea. This himbo has ideas, chat. This himbo, you know, may not have all the plans, but himbo's got something. So, yeah. Also, hi there, Ryoko. Welcome to the stream. Nothing worthy of Thor? Nothing worthy of thought, you mean?
Sergadonks88 paid me to say making my way downtown walking past faces past
on my homebound. Da 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 dun da dun 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 da 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 dun da dun. Driving through the rain and making our way to an animal shelter. Da 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 dun da dun 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 da 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 dun da dun. You gotta give it to dads being able to do, like, long drives for the holidays. Now I kind of understand why they might want the radio running for, like, you know, talk shows instead of just music all the time. They want topics. They don't want just music blaring. They want to be able to, like, think that they can have a conversation and what have you. Lord knows I would love a conversation. Go. That maximum charges us. So yeah. How's it going on your side, Ryoko? Okay, hang on. Did I just damage anything with that little hit? No, I did not. Thankfully, I did not. Let's go this way. Oh, another, gate quake. Shit! Alright. Let's not panic. Just... Thankfully, granted, we are surrounded by rocks, so that's probably... This is probably not the best place to be during a quake... during a gate quake. So we're gonna need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Alright, come on. Come on. You can do this. You can do this. Alrighty, let's not hit any of the things. There we go. You doing okay? You got some riding done? And Triple Z had a big update, and I was forced to do gotcha things. Turned out well, though. You're just making some food. Oh, Zenless Zone Zero. I was about to say, like, Triple Z, like, ZZ's or some other person, but no, Zenless Zone Zero. I should remember that Zenless Zone Zero is still a thing. I remember when that game first came out, everyone was like, oh, this is going to be the furry gotcha game. There wasn't that many furries in there. And it doesn't look like there's been, like, a lot of furries either. It's been a very slow drip.
There we go, get out of my way.
Like, everyone's, like, now moved on to the horse girl racing. Alrighty, so... Now we go this way. Oh, horror movies for the... Alright, let me have a look at the map. Yeah, alright, so we want to move here to there, probably to here. We'll pick up the pajamas while we're at it. We'll use the watchtower to get a look at the enemies across the way. And then to that speeding up thingy-majiggies. Probably either... Let's see. Probably... And then there we'll park the car before we engage the whatsamahoozy people. There's only a few, but they are putting in more for sure. You had to pull for Yuzuha today because she is a Tanuki. Nice! Tanuki is just a raccoon. It's just a mythical raccoon, isn't it? What was that?
Okay.
Alright, so there's the fluffy pajamas. Alright, let's see what the watchtower can give us. There we go. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, we got a guy driving along there. There's the 3rd. 4th. Oh! Okay, so... one person's got a grenade launcher of all things. That guy's doing a little bit of a drive around. There's a machine gun up there. Okay. And then road paving down there. Yeah, okay, so fast-moving currents down there. If we go down there, we'll have to drop down to probably there and make our way around, but that's probably our best option. Alrighty, let me go pick up my car. So there's 9 people we need to deal with. And I don't have a sniper rifle on me, I don't think. No, I do not have a sniper rifle on me, so I'm gonna have to pick them off medium to close range here.
Trouble nearby.
Hopefully they don't see me that... Hopefully they're not, you know, concerned and trying to get that close to me. So, let's see. Alrighty. Actually, we could probably just avoid them completely at this point. Yeah, let's just avoid them completely. We don't have to deal with them whatsoever. We can just simply make our way down this way, cross the river, and then, you know, just keep relatively north. I got plenty of battery. I can do the detour. Because, yeah, we just need to get to that thing there. There we go. Yeah. We can deal with them another time. The Tanukis are real animals. They're like a mix between a raccoon and a dog in the eastern countries. But in this regards, they are part of the Japanese folklore and magical tricksters that shapeshift and pull pranks. That's why I keep seeing them as, like, you know, inflation fetishes. It's because of, like, the whole trickster transformation stuff. They're always doing a haha, inflate you big and round in some circles. it through this river. There we go. Easy as pie. Uh-oh, another... Where the fuck is this thing quaking? No fucking... That's an 8?!
Just a bit further now.
Shit, that's the largest we've had yet. Mostly they've been sitting around the 5s and 6s. 6 used to be seen as high, but now that was... Damn. They're also depicted as having huge balls. It was supposed to be a sign of wealth, but in folklore they just have huge nuts. Crazy. But that does bring context to Coach's, you know, furry design. Oh my gosh. Just... Flatulence up the wazoo with me.
Wait, are you Sam? Then does
Yep,
that mean
that's
you carried
me.
this hefty delivery all the way from West Fort Knott?
Yep.
Why make an entrance?
That was
we
me.
welcome you with open arms. Now let's get this cargo of yours processed.
That should hopefully be everything. Yeah!
You handled this delivery with the utmost care. Great work.
Did it! We'll show the world the hopes in your reign.
Where did you dig up this cargo? I can't
And fluffy pajamas for this guy.
I hope you'll continue to support us in the days ahead. All right. Can you connect your Cupid to our facility?
Absolutely. All linked up. Although I am curious about what that red over on the left there is. Because we kind of avoided that just a bit too much. We need to fix that. Alright. We also have whatever the fuck is going on there. Squares. A suit designed specifically for making deliveries. S-size cargo can be attached to the shoulders and the hips. Its pattern will camouflage you in snow or asphalt. Oh, nice. So now we have, like, urban design. Mm-hmm. Cool. Cool. Alright. Chiral band increased.
And now we're finally connected to the chiral network.
Congratulations, you are now on the NBN. It took a couple decades, but Western Australia slowly but surely is getting connected.
I also wanted to give you this as thanks.
The fuck is... Ooh! A razor? A blood boomerang. Oh, that's even weirder. A thrown weapon loaded with Sam's blood that is especially effective against BTs. The more blood that is loaded, the greater the damage inflicted. But don't overdo it. The boomerang cannot be thrown if Sam's blood levels are too low. Hits to the head do additional damage. It can be stowed in a dedicated holster, suitable for covert operations.
Introducing the blood boomerang. Throw it properly and it'll come right back to your hand. It's a reusable weapon in that regard. Folds up nicely too, so it's quite easy to carry. You'll find it's especially effective against BTs, so give it a try against the next one you meet. With the aid of your network, we should also be able to develop stronger measures to defend against belligerents, which we need since the brigands out west have rapidly improved their arsenal in recent days. Honestly, you couldn't have gotten here at a better time. Thanks be to you, we'll finally be able to focus on our research. As the chiral
Sorry, just
network has
scratching
expanded,
my
we're seeing
scratching
more
my
and more
chin.
anomalies outside of the bounds of its coverage. This has led the brigands to conclude that the network itself is responsible for the worsening state of the world. Which is why they're opposed to its expansion.
They're not entirely wrong.
We can sit back and do nothing. If we don't try to improve things, humanity's doomed to go extinct.
What sort of things are you
At this
monitoring
observatory, we focus on monitoring the behavior of tar currents. There's a patch of BT territory due north of here, and just beyond it is land that's currently being subsumed by tar. There's no telling when the facility will be lost to the tar as well. So it's important that we contribute to the research and development of countermeasures while we can. Incidents of tar current instability have grown more frequent, but we haven't been able to determine much more than that thus far. Thanks to the chiral network, though, we expect we'll be able to improve our instrument accuracy. After I moved to Australia, the locals learned me all the ins and outs of the boomerang. I then designed a new type that's effective against BTs as well. You infuse it with Doom's blood before throwing it. The bigger the charge, the greater the potency. Naturally, most people would have to rely on blood bags sourced from donors, but since you have Doom's, you can also use your own blood on the spot. Unlike traditional firearms, it hardly makes noise. If your enemies don't actually see you throw it, they'll have a hard time finding you. That said, don't expect it to do too much damage to humans. Not unless you manage to hit them in just the right spot, at least.
You said the brigands have improved their arsenal.
One day they started sporting a whole lot more weaponry, including grenade launchers with custom tranquilizing gas rounds. Thing is, the brigands don't have a chiral printer at their base, as far as we know. So, where'd they get all the new hardware all of a sudden? Kinda worrying, don't you think?
Gas. It's as if they have like a special sponsor.
Best of luck to you.
Probably that Higgins dude,
tar currents are acting
Higgs, who is running the cult.
Let's both keep on keeping on.
That was excellent work, sir.
Oh, hello, President.
Thanks to you, the better part of the Western continent has access to our services. Now it's time for you to head north and continue to expand network coverage. It is imperative that you connect all of Australia, stabilizing the environment and eliminating the remaining anomalies. There will be challenges, of course, but I know you have what it takes to overcome them. I expect more great things from you, in short.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
This is Talman. We believe that we finally determined the location of whatever's thrown the tar currents into chaos. The chiralium levels there are pretty high, though, and BTs are almost certain to be present as well. I hate to ask, but would you mind taking a look for us? It's close to your current position. I've sent you the coordinates. We're counting on you, Sam.
Of course they want me to look at it.
Hello!
Hi there, YY. Welcome to the stream. I am just going through more of Death Stranding 2 as we have ourselves someplace to look. Out over there. I'm not gonna bring the car with me because knowing my... Oh shit. Why does every... What are the rectangles about? What rectangles? The chat rectangles, or... Shit! That was another 8 on the G scale again. Oh, I was choosing weapons. Yeah, so it was this thing. So there was like a blood boomerang. There's like all these like different grenades, and then there's this one where you can have like a machine pistol or an assault rifle. Any whoosies, not important. Because what we need to do is we need to investigate what the fuck is all the way over there. Over on that direction, there's like all kinds of enemies and what have you. Hi there, Wild Saber. Hello there. Hopefully you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I guess we found the thing that's causing it. I think there's something in the tar.
Easy does it.
Yeah, tar isn't meant to float up. I imagine that's because of the gate quakes that being... Uh-oh. Who the f... Are you the tar man's... What the... No, you're mirroring me.
Look out!
Uh-oh. Son of a bitch! I swear to Christ, if they're just gonna drop me from that height, that's gonna be a bit of a bullshit way to go. Oh, this is the area that we were in, with the mine thingy-madiggy when we connected up to the weird BB pod. This must be... So this must be a beached event based off of, you know, some sort of, traumatic thing in the past. Because in the first game, there were, you know, people that... If a large number of people died because of, like, you know, some sort of traumatic event, then that traumatic event would exist in, like, as the beach thing. So that must be what's happening here as well. Honda NSR. Okay. You're Who are you? Like, I recognize you from the trailer, but I didn't get any context whatsoever for whoever the fuck this guy is in the trailer. Also, that was a really clever line right there, Wild Saber with the Zeebs getting tar-napped. I'm sorry, is he putting on a bandana to look like Solid Snake? Solid Snake all of a sudden. Kojima, you son of a bitch! Kojima, you son of a bitch! We ended up in Mexico, and there's all these soldiers here, and one of them puts on a bandana, and it looks very similar to Solid Snake with that bandana. I know there's people with bandanas out there that are not Solid Snake, but for whatever reason, this guy, because he's in a Kojima production, it does just, you know, scream into our brains, this is Solid Snake.
What in the world is this place?
Problematic area. Let's not stay here. Also, that is a lot of fucking fireworks. Jesus Christ! Places in Guadalajara and Mexico City look very much like this. Oh, hello. So, fully formed people and also BTs are in this area. Good thing we have the blood boomerang. Oh, hello. All APAS functionality suspended. Okay.
Where are we?
I'm glad that Dollman is still with us. Would be really weird if we didn't have Dollman with us.
The spirits of the dead are close.
Yep. Men, women, and children are here.
Heads up, Sam. It's not safe.
Yeah, I figured. Oh. Let's get that tar cannon real quick. Uh-oh. Oh, motorcyclist. Oh, fuck off.
They're not human. Don't underestimate them.
Good thing we can just, you know, go underground. Oh, so if you're wondering why, like, we're walking slowly, like, is the game forcing us to do this? No, that's just me. I figured it's probably the best shot to have us, like, walk through this slowly. Just so then that way we're not gonna get, like, jump scared by any of the skeleton Guadalajarans. Looks like we have to go back up there, though, so... Oh, shit! Okay. That was apparently not my problem. Oh, but there's more of them over there. Hang on, hang on. Let's see. Oh, they might know where we are. A warrior shotgun. Shit. Oh shit, no, they can see us. Fuck. How many particles do you want in your video game, Hideo Kojima? All the particles. Okay, but sure, but it's a PlayStation 5. We're trying to make it so that you can have all these particles if you want, but you need to think manageably. Yes. All of them. Alright. Oop. I will be real with you. The designs of these soldiers goes real fucking hard. It is nuts. Like, they're all just like Ghost Rider, and then there's Solid Snake leading them. Love it. It's really good. Alright, but I'm gonna need to be mindful, though. I'm probably gonna need to get into a firefight. Oh, I'm in a firefight with them. There is no way they don't know I'm here.
Wait, are they trying to lay a trap for us? The Odra deck is reacting to something. We should keep an eye on it and proceed with caution.
Okay. Alright, let's see if we can stealth this shit. Yep. Just let me... Gotcha. First guy. Ooh! Oh, okay. We're just gonna take their heads off. Okay. So that's the first one out of the way. Come on. Gotcha. Oh, come on. Shit. I don't see any...
He's escaped, Sam. Up into that tower.
Okay. Not good. I'm going to need to get my gun out. Gun. Where's the other one? Shit. Fuck, do I not really have any more blood banks?
He's too quick. Must have gone up to the roof.
Shit. Alright, so you're gonna be offloaded. We'll put you next. Where the fuck is he? Is he in, like, the Notre Dame place? I have no fucking idea where he is. Where is he? Also, you're refraining from commenting on some things because you have finished the game. Noted. And I appreciate you not giving me any hints or anything like that unless I explicitly ask. Like, if I go directly where it's like, chat, how do I do this thing? If I'm just, like, you know, doing commentary while where it's just, like, in bemusement as to who the fuck is that guy, not exactly needing the backseat for that one. Oh. So he's down there. Here.
¡Encuéntralo!
Break your neck before he catches on. Ow! Fuck, you hit hard! I didn't see he was right over there. Stealthing is key in this.
Are you alright? Say something.
Let me load from the last save, okay? Alright, so there he is there. We got our warrior shotgun.
¡Encuéntralo!
He's escaped, Sam. Up into that tower.
Nice try, crazy man. There we go. Where's the other guy? Where's your boss? So I don't see him. Be any of them. Oh, there he is. Stuffing around, stuffing around. There he is. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, so we burst out of nowhere. Where did he go next?
He's too quick. Must have gone up to the roof.
There he is. He's up there.
Sam, might it be worth getting up close and personal with them? Keeping your distance may only make it easier for them to target you. Maybe there's a way to infiltrate that building they've garrisoned.
Okay. You... Offloading you for now. Warrior assault rifle, we're gonna put you on the side. You, we will offload. And you, we're gonna put into our utility pouch. There we go. Must be another way up. There must be another way up. So he's right above us.
¡Encuéntralo!
Okay. A grenade that expels a cloud, damaging the damage lingers in the air, causing continuous damage and impairing vision. Shit. Do I not have... There we go. Gotcha! Proactively using the grenades. Let's go. Don't see him, which is the problem. I have no fucking idea where he... Oh, wait, there's little dust clouds. The chiral shit. That will give me an indicator of where he's gone. Alright, how many... Gotcha. Bursting back down there. Alright, let's get moving. Ready to go. Come on. You had him a second ago. There he is. Gotcha. We're doing it. Yeah! I have no idea who this man is. I don't know why he's cosplaying as Solid Snake, but we got him. We out-stealthed Solid Snake. Who are you? Because you're not related to Sam Bridges. You must be related to the BB in some regard. Who are you? Oh, nope, his attire's just changed immediately on that one as well. So he's just gone from his...
Did he say Nirvana? Is he implying this is some sort of realm for the enlightened?
Maybe? This must be... So, he was a soldier for some reason in Mexico, and then his final moments are in that attire there, which means he... Well... we won't get an answer to that one. Shit. Where the fuck would you go?
You're right.
Fuck, Sam just can't catch a break. He just can't catch a break. Patterson fires a warning shot. Sir, this is a rotary grenade launcher. Potato, potato. Just fire it, Patterson. Thankfully, none of them had a grenade launcher. Oh, wombat. Or is that a Tasmanian devil? That might have been a Tasmanian devil. Yeah, that looks like a Tasmanian devil. And they're eating at a corpse. That's not good. Is that what was causing the quakes? The corpse? But normally that causes a void out. That's not the same thing.
It's her, isn't it? The girl from before? I have no idea what just happened, but we should probably take her back to the DHV Magellan,
Okay, maybe she's not a corpse? Okay, Sam. Just sling her on your back. We can't be holding her like this. There we go. Damage taken by Sam, 150% or less. Excellent, we did less than 150%.
Now displaying your current
Nice. And our upgrade is to predict projectiles' trajectories, allowing them to be more easily evaded. Still, who is he? Like, we don't have a good Chrysalis. Okay, so so Pyrelium and tar encased her. It doesn't look like it regenerates or anything like that, though it looks like there isn't exactly a really clear division between herself as... Oh wait, no, there is. There is a clear. So it is something like a cocoon? There's the octopus marks. Have you seen that before? Oh, there we go. So that's a more dramatic variant of the timefall then. So while Rainy has, like, you know, the core fall, which is like the reversing of timefall.
Better already. That's a relief.
Whoever that is.
We managed to learn a few things about our mystery girl.
Uh-huh.
If you're up to it, come to the room next door. Don't push yourself. Take your time.
Okay. How you doing, Lou?
That's right, just sleep.
You doing good?
It's all good, it's all good.
Hmm. Alright, we need to change your look from the desert camo to squares. Dollman's outfit is fine. The glasses aren't really my fancy. Looks to be the middle of the day. What do you got to say, Dollman?
Are you sure you're all right, Sam? I did notice that you were tossing and turning in your sleep. And I'm still not sure what to make of the girl we found in that other place. Why don't we do as Fragile suggested and visit her in the next room?
Alright, let's head over to the next room.
Come on.
You're okay. Come on. Careful.
Oh, okay. That's... That normally only happens to BTs.
Thanks.
This is what happens when she has nightmares, it seems.
There are those who connect with the beach during REM sleep, allowing a tremendous amount of pyralium to flow into their bodies.
Hey, is your wrist gonna be okay?
Yeah. We ran some blood and DNA tests on her. And checked her for signs of injury.
As far as we can tell from a medical perspective, her health is in perfect condition. But that doesn't make the chrysaloid shell in which we found her any less troubling. Not to mention the tail-like fluid that came pouring out of it. We're still analyzing both. And there's more.
You mean those suckers?
Indeed. But that's not what I'd call them. Much closer to a chiral rash, I would say. You know how chiral allergies can sometimes trigger goosebumps? It's like that, except a fair bit worse.
So...
A tail-like secretion.
So she has
can accelerate
dooms,
the
then?
passage of time on contact, it seems.
We suspect she has dooms too.
And that when she's levitating, she's experiencing the nightmares common amongst sufferers.
That space or realm she left behind to come here. The fellow we saw called it Nirvana, I believe. But to me, it looked like the land of the dead.
Even so, she's a living human being. And I believe that she was born in that place. After things settled down, I spoke with her for a little. Or tried to. She was still in shock, which made it harder to communicate.
Did she tell you her name?
Doesn't seem like she has one. As far as I could tell. So, I named her myself. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, huh?
That was your first thought? Just tomorrow? I feel like there could have been maybe a better name, like maybe Tar Woman, or you know, Nirvana. Like Nirvana would be a good name for a lady that we found in Nirvana.
Afford to ignore this. Please access the DHV Magellan's delivery terminal to undertake this main order.
All right. Let's go to the bathroom real quick.
Hi, Sam.
What's up, Tarman? Alright. Nothing new there. What do you gotta say, dull man?
Nothing like a warm shower after a hard day's labor. Am I right, Sam?
You're absolutely right.
Tomorrow, a mysterious young woman from the world of the dead. I hope she makes a swift recovery. I just can't stop thinking about that place. It was filled with the spirits of the dead, a vast number, beyond counting. And the man who attacked us without any explanation. I don't have any idea who he is. Do you? It was a place that belonged to the dead.
Yeah.
And while we were trapped there, only a scant few seconds seemed to have passed here. It's like the beach in that regard. Time flows differently there, relative to how it does in our world. Those battlefields you once journeyed to were also pockets of reality outside of ours. But this was different. Perhaps we'll be able to understand it better if we ever get the chance to go there again. Which isn't to say that I want to go back.
Well, the reason those places existed back in Death Stranding 1 is because there was a lot of collective trauma and death associated with them.
Apropos of nothing, I'm so glad that we were able to save that kangaroo's life. It's easy to forget that humans aren't the only creatures affected by the Death Stranding. Protecting our remaining wildlife isn't just the right thing to do. It can also help us to better understand how the environment has changed.
Yep.
Apropos of nothing, the kangaroo you rescued is currently being cared for and studied.
When you open with apropos of nothing,
You know,
I
if you ever want
feel
to stop
like
by and see how
you're
it's
about to
doing,
repeat the same
I
thing from
wouldn't
last
object.
time, but it's a different thing.
Sam, are you curious how I maintain my youthful appearance? It's because
Polish.
Rainey lets me shower in her core fall from time to time. I don't really have anything else to say right now.
I don't know if I need to go to the bathroom or if I need a fart. This is what's really problematic with, like, eating food again. Is my stomach will just be making some, like, you know, motions, and it's like, I don't know if this is a fart or a poop. More often than not, it's just been a fart, which is annoying.
Sam, we've received an urgent request from the Northern Environmental Observatory. Brigands to the west of the facility have got their hands on a large stockpile of weapons and have taken it back to their base. This happened shortly after the recent tarfall abated. The surrounding area was littered with a massive quantity of cargo that had been washed up by the tar. The brigands wasted no time gathering up everything they could and hauling it back to their encampment. This included weapons and gear unlike any we've seen before. And now we've begun observing new brigand units in the field. These ones are wearing red, reinforced armor, accented with luminescent light strips. As their unique appearance suggests, they're more resistant to damage. Melee and electrical attacks are especially ineffective against them. These units have clearly been outfitted for close quarters combat, and their sudden deployment is troubling to say the least. Their presence likely indicates that the brigands are gearing up for a raid of some sort. If we ignore this development, the brigands could use their new toys to attack the observatory, and there's no telling what might happen then. So we need to seize all of them before they have a chance to do so. Moreover,
I'm gonna swap over to standing mode again. Give me a minute.
An explosion of some sort occurred just beneath the Earth's surface not long ago. APAS analyzed the shockwave and has concluded that it is consistent with the type produced by ground-penetrating ordnance. This leads us to believe that the cargo the brigands secured may have included powerful explosive material. Directly assaulting the brigands using firearms risks triggering these devices, and we cannot predict how that would affect the region. Any sort of catastrophic explosion may also have an adverse impact on the tar currents.
Oh, you're still going.
It is therefore critical that you avoid combat and secure the cargo without alerting them if possible. I implore you to take on this main order, Sam. And soon.
Okay. Let's see what this order is. Recover all weapons set and borrowing bombs stolen by the brigands. Cool. The trigger may be held down to build electrical charge. It produces no sound, making it well suited where stealth are a necessity and can be stored in the handgun holster. Trekking boots, attached to the boot clip instead. Let's grab a ladder. Just in case the ladder will be of use. And... let's go for the light... oh, we don't have the special alloy for it! God damn it! Alright. Let's see, what kind of... augmented motion sensor... proximity alarm... go with you. Alright. Alright. Let's... Now, I reckon we might be able to stealth some of this shit. Now, I don't have a decent firearm on me. So we're gonna have to be extra mindful.
Only gonna get harder.
Right.
This must be their territory.
Alright. Alright, cool. Binding them with the strand is still one of the easier things to do. Alright, 2 of them are on patrol. Alright, you will be the safer one to... There we go. Gotcha. Stealthy as fuck, boy. So there's 2 of them there. Oh, there's 3 of them there. Okay. Fuck you. I wasn't very stealthy, but it's okay. We can recover from this. Oh, that broke it. Okay, there's a lot of them. Alright, is he gonna be, like, lost, not knowing where we are? That would be funny if he didn't. Go. Threat neutralized. There we go. That wasn't so terrible. Granted, we probably could have done that better, but you know. Although I could do a little bit of a recharge shortly. Alright. Let's grab you. Cargo marked hazard will explode if it takes a significant amount of damage in a single blow. It will also explode if the cumulative amount of damage taken reaches a certain point. Be sure to handle with care. Noted. Do not carry hazardous material while it might be ready to explode. this thing, see if it has anything we need. Nope.
Almost there.
Alright, I'll offload my gear into the off-roader. We'll drive up to that thing there.
Okay.
Alright, pick all this up. And let's get this all shipped back to, Smokies. I don't want to exactly go over any, like, you know, crazy ditches or anything like that, so we're gonna take this with a little bit of tact. There we go. Yay, our melee combat increased because of all that. Alright. And all that stuff in. No content damage whatsoever because we got busy doing all the combat before we picked up this nonsense, so yay.
Did you really go out and steal all that stuff from the brigands? Way to go, Sam.
Basically.
Let me get started on processing your haul.
Alright. S rank! Because we took no damage whatsoever with the content.
One of a kind.
Recovery from enemy territory, eliminating threats, stealthy eliminations, always good. Ah, we almost got up to the 3rd star with that one.
So much. Done things only you could have done. We want you to have this data as thanks.
Several guideposts can be deployed to mark out a route through the landscape, walking a path often enough, and you won't need directions. Interesting thing. 80-meter bridges are now available with the crafter thing, which is cool.
We've increased your allocation of materials. Our way of saying thanks.
Fantastic.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
A little bit of an increase to our stealth, which is good. Master, virtuose. Nothing special with our porter. We're a brave and unseen.
The guidepost data we just shared with you is great for making landmarks to prevent people from getting lost, even at night. And when you do place them, you'll find they're useful not only for getting your bearings, but also for creating routes that will facilitate travel for everyone. Aside from that, we've also made it so you can now use your PCC to fabricate bridges up to 80 meters in length. The rivers ahead of you are prone to flooding, so I imagine extra long bridges will be especially handy. Oh, and
it
Sam,
will be.
There's actually one other thing I wanted to talk about. Call it a little insight into the cargo you recovered on our behalf. It included a device I believe you guys have taken to calling a chiral jammer. These jammers are capable of disrupting the flow of local tar currents.
Okay.
In addition, you also recovered some explosives modded to be able to penetrate the ground and detonate within the tar. This would destabilize the currents over a large area.
Oh,
Needless to say, both these items could have been used to deliver an enormous blow to the chiral network. In other words, you really dodged a bullet. But what I'd like to know is why
Thank Christ.
wound up in their hands in the first place. Can't chalk it up to pure chance. Honestly, it's almost like those brigands knew in advance that the tar was hiding cargo. We've got to consider the possibility that someone gave them a heads up. Food for thought on the road ahead.
Excellent work.
No doubt that cult that Higgs is a part of.
That tomorrow's regained consciousness. Once you're back on board the DHV Magellan, you should see for yourself.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done.
You take care of yourself.
Oh, there's already a car there. Hang on. Also, our battery isn't too big right now. Alright, let me just recycle some of these materials. Blood bags we're gonna keep because they're always worth having. Probably worth getting rid of one of the climbing angers. Machine pistol. Go, giving us a good amount of prison and what have you. Dink. 45 sounds good. And then donating some precious chiral to the Magellan. Thank you. Alright, into our private room we go. We can probably turn off some of those like combat related augments that we did to preserve our battery a little bit more. Oh.
Stop it.
What in the... Okay.
Someone doesn't like shoes. She won't even touch any normal food.
Cool. Kojima just having that Quentin Tarantino moment of feet have to be exposed.
No, tomorrow. We don't do that.
Seems like a real handful.
How about give her a little bit of space?
Just need some time to settle.
You must be tired, Sam. Get some rest.
Stop crowding her! Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Are you gonna get another nightmare, Sam? What are we gonna be dreaming now? I'm asleep till the morning. Fuck that. Fuck this. No.
Sam, it's Charlie. Be advised that we have a new assignment waiting for you. I'll need to brief you on upcoming objectives as well. Access the delivery terminal at the Northern Environmental Observatory to take on this main order.
Okay, fine. Alright. Drink the tea. More tea! And again! What do you have to say, doll man?
Oh boy. I really miss the taste of food. Why don't you try freshening up with a shower?
Good wash. Oh, excuse me. Stretch with some crystals. We shower it up. The sunburn is healed. Alright, let's head back up to the surface. Let's get another delivery. Let's get another delivery under the way. Ugh. Alright, let's see. What is our delivery? Show me the delivery!
Sam,
oh, hello, Charlie.
By linking up the various sites farther to the north, you'll eventually be able to establish a connection to Hartman's facility. In short,
nice.
It's time to tackle the northern part of the continent.
Northern Territory, here we go.
South Distribution Center into the network. Some of the staff there are former residents of Cape Fort Knott who managed to escape the city before it was swallowed up by the tar. In addition to overseeing distribution operations, they also protect the facility from would-be assailants. Unfortunately, local chiral contamination levels are extremely high, leading to disturbing reports of paranormal phenomena near the facility. The cargo you're tasked with delivering should aid staff in dealing with this issue. Accept the main order from this delivery terminal to proceed.
Okay. Deliver necrobiotes to the F2 facility. Okay, so it's literally just that way. Alright, so there's BTs, deep river, another deep river. Alright, we can easily just go as the crow flies.
Do not submerge.
Oh, I allowed a grenade. Alright, let me just manage my cargo real quick, because... There we go. Do I seriously not have... Ah, okay, so I have only one more grenade to go. Alright. Oh, I should have also have done the APS, what's-mahoozy. Damn it.
Thank you.
Hang on. Enhancements, there we go. Alright, so... Turn you off. Turn you off. Auto request, extended like window, handling boost, battery efficiency. Turn on the battery efficiency. Alright. Alright.
You'll be in my class.
1,000 meters. Okay. It will take a minute, but... Other than the BTs that will show up here and there, I reckon we'll have a good time. And what's more is we can probably, like, just start breaking our way north. Damn it! Of course you're gonna have a problem with the BTs. Nice try, fuckers. My car can jump. go. And we get past the worst of it. Hi there, Jen Devious. Yes, Jen Devious. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. I decided not to take the tactical route and, you know, take it slowly and through BT territory with, like, tact. I just decided to ram right through it. Just be like, fuck it, hit the accelerator, hit the boost, hit the jump when necessary. And I was able to get through all that with barely any trouble. Oh, shit!
Somewhere we can cross more easily?
Did not realize the rising water level was going to happen that quickly.
Potential risks here.
Jesus. Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, hey, a protein shake up on the horizon. How's it going for you, Jen Devious? You doing good? There we go. You beauty of a truck. Getting me everywhere I need to go.
Good morning, King. Almost drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Ah, it's no problem. I know not to cause a panic. No damage whatsoever. Truck's pretty OP. You haven't unlocked it yet, so you use the bandit's truck. Not fair enough. Cheers. So there might be a bit of spoiler for you then, because I am a little bit further. Like, you're aware that we're currently in Australia for Death Stranding, right?
I'll just need a moment to check your car.
So, because the direction we're going right now, we've been kind of bumming it around Western Australia right now, and we're trying to make our movement towards the Northern Territory.
Wow, this is very nice.
So, trying to make our way up to Darwin.
You have been making a real difference around here. Keep it up, all right?
You just finished the mech fight in Australia? Okay, yeah, cool. So you're about like so from that, so you just got done with that distribution center there. This is the second distribution center. So you've got like, you know, a prepper. Actually, no, you got like, yeah, you got a prepper, you've got another thingamadiggy, and then you've got a research facility. So you've got like 3 places to visit before you get to the next distribution center. Have you been contributing to the roads? Have you been a roaming Roman? I've been contributing to the roads where I can. Alright, so there we are on the map. As you can see, we are currently, you know, I don't know what to do about that little red bit that's often, like, you know, the little tip of Western Australia on the left there. I reckon there's probably, like, I just need to do a little bit of backtracking with, like, side quests or something, and that will open up to me. But as you can see, we're currently making our way, so we just got out of Western Australia, or looks like we tapped back into Western Australia, but we're looking to get out from Western Australia and into the Northern Territory. Samson Hook looks very familiar for whatever reason in my brain. Yep, so there he is there. Ba ba bum bum. Hey, we got ourselves some combat boots. Heavy and extremely durable. Kicking an enemy while wearing these boots will inflict significant damage. And then a sticky cannon. Automatically detects and collects nearby cargo, placing it on the cargo shelf. Ooh! That is an upgrade I am very interested in getting. Because when you're on the bicycles, like the motorcycles, you're able to like pick up stuff as you go along, whereas with the truck, you don't really have that option. So having a sticky cannon I think is going to be really beneficial for me, because then I'm going to be able to be like, yep, let me just, you know, quickly pull these things in and what have you while I'm delivering like heavy amounts of materials for the road projects. This should be good. This should be groovy. There we go. So yeah, we've put a bit of time into this game so far.
So we've been linked up, at last. There's also the necrobiotes you brought us as well.
He reminds me of, What's-a-Mahoozy from the...
For some custom vehicle components,
oh.
well as some sturdy combat boots.
I'm trying to, like, he played as, like, a mobster boss or something like that in a South Korean film. Also, thank you so much for the follow, GrantZeebs. I greatly appreciate it.
Far more dangerous foes than the brigands. They're a bunch of fools who won't hesitate to kill people.
You're obsessed with completing roads. Maybe you came across my structures too. My game name is Warlord Grievous.
Make sure you're prepared before you head their way.
Maybe. I'll need to see if whether or not like Warlord has popped up.
You might want to equip a pair if you intend on.
I'll need to like look at like the major contributors. So you're the Golden Fist, huh?
Some people have called me that. A while back, we had a situation with this group that went around looting whatever supplies they felt like. And I was the boxing champ who went up against these guys and sent them all packing with nothing but his bare fists. That's the story they tell, but it sure as hell ain't the truth. I didn't charge gallantly into battle and beat the shit out of them. I asked why they were stealing from other people, and so I taught them other ways to survive. Trained them a bit. Nothing more. In the end, all we had to do was talk to them, and they're still here. If anyone around here I mean, you're the one trekking across Australia trying to bring everyone together.
Doctor Strange's friend? Not that guy. I'm thinking of another person. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Will be capable of fighting as well as Golden Fist. Feel free to lend a hand.
Let me.
Our project interests you.
So he was in the Eternals, I believe. Okay, so he's known as Madon Suk. Hang on a second. Give me a second to grab the Let me just grab him, all right? Open up my Opera GX so you can see what I'm looking at. Paste. I'm talking about this man here. Lee Dong-suk, better known by his stage name Ma Dong-suk, and Don Lee, is an American actor and film producer based in South Korea. So he was in... Yeah, so Nameless Gangster, Rules of Time, So maybe from that one I think I saw him in, or... No, I saw him in The Gangsters, The Cop, The Devil, and then it looks like he's been in a few more things. So, let me just do a search so you can see, like, his, Look at him. Alright, hang on, chat, hang on. Let's... So... It looks like... That's who he makes me think of, is Don Lee. Alright.
They're not something just anyone should be messing with. Their affinity with the dead makes them dangerous. But that's also why we can use them to prevent the dead from attacking us. With that kind of power at our disposal, we can put people's minds at ease. Could solve all kinds of problems, I'm sure.
Alright.
Thanks again. We're glad to have you in our corner. With your support, we'll be able to do so much more for others. Stay strong and keep doing your thing. We're in this fight together.
Sam, you're the best.
Fragile. Hi.
Now get yourself back to the DHV Magellan and take a load off. Just so you know, tomorrow's been doing much better. Pay her a visit when you can, okay?
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Back to the Magellan.
Very impressive work, Sam.
There it is. It will land shortly, and then we'll be able to board onto it. Looks like there could be a start of a rail system here. Because there is a monorail at the, actually, hang on. If I... Yeah, there is a monorail. Okay, so we need to apply resins special alloy to that one. And then we need another monorail at this location here, which requires us to help out at the north mine of F1. We were there so this must be the empty space we didn't, like, you know, put on the map, but that's weird, like, so that's a problem. There must be a way to add this to the chiral network. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bit of a problem.
Disengaging weapons restrictions. Take care, Sam.
It seems Tamara was able to understand what we're saying. We're trying to teach her about life in this world, but it's a slow process. She's definitely curious, though. Her eyes light up like a little kid's. Okay. Yamato Transport. Oh, nice! Expanded to Australia. The logo features a black cat gently carrying her kitten in her mouth, and the containers bearing this logo will be transported on the monorail. If you spot one during the course of your deliveries, make sure to stop and take a photo. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. But yeah, the companion of Doctor Strange, that's not played by Ma Dong-suk, that's played by someone else.
Oh, just a little longer, okay? Raindrops are falling on my head, and just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. You know this song? So I just did me some talking to the sun, and I said I didn't like the way he got things done, sleeping on the jump. Those raindrops.
Oh man, it's so great getting DMCA a song in our games.
But there's one thing I know. The blues they send to meet me won't defeat me. It won't be long till happiness steps up to greet me. Okay.
Raindrops keep falling on my head.
She really wanted to.
Doesn't mean my eyes will soon be turning red.
He really wanted to join in on the karaoke. I wasn't interested in the karaoke, I'll be real with you, but good for you, Sam. It's probably a good likelihood that, Sam probably said. I wonder if Tomorrow and Lou are somehow related. Because, like, the beach doesn't really function, like, chronologically the same way as our world does. Like, I wonder if, like, somehow, like, Tomorrow is actually Lou, perhaps. Because of, like, the whole, you know... Because, like, Lou, we think is dead, but that was because of, like, Fragile, like, couldn't transport with Lou. with her Doom's ability, but I wonder if she did something else by accident with the Doom's ability and it had Lou end up on the beach.
The gate quaked just now. It seems Westport Knot was hit hard, and their Cairo printer is no longer working. I'm afraid we won't be able to continue expanding the network until it's back up and running. Pick up your next main order via the terminal at the F2 South Distribution Center.
Okay. Let me grab some more drink. I drink another beer. I drink another beer.
Oh boy. I really missed the tape.
Yeah, I already know about it.
Necro... And they seem to have become more commonplace lately as well. Ever since you and I were swallowed up by that tar fall, to be specific. This sudden increase in the population should be considered yet another example of an environmental anomaly. If we successfully extend the network across the continent and trigger a plate gate to appear, such anomalies should begin to wane. So, Samson Hook from the F2 South District... I did some research, and I found... known as the Golden Fist as well. Sam, tomorrow seemed to react negatively to overstimulation.
Oh, who'd have thought?
The defensive mechanism.
Who'd have thought that, you know, a girl surrounded by strangers wouldn't like being overstimulated by the strangers?
It's best to limit the number of people attempting to help the distressed individual. So let's trust in Rainey and Fragile to take care of her. Come to think of it, you've been receiving more dangerous orders. I respect your willingness to undertake them without any fuss. Please, don't hesitate to rely on me for assistance if you ever find yourself in need of it. While I'm incapable of fighting like you, if you throw me toward your enemies, I can keep them distracted for a short while at least.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Ah, yes. The Brigands' vehicles are of a rather antiquated design, significantly different from the standard pickup off-roader. You won't be able to get them repaired at distribution centers. They're enemy property, after all. Too risky to bring... I'd not get into the habit of using them to... I don't really...
Alright, let's use the shower and the toilet real quick. I'll be real, there's also temptation on my side to, you know, hit another, hitting an advertisement so I can go to the bathroom. There we go, there we go. Alright. Up to the surface we go. Oh, cool. It's a Yamato Cat logo. Urgent aid drop required. What? Build a timeful for the... Build a watchtower. Cover packages of fan letters. Build a bridge for your fellow porter. Build a generator to help us defend ourselves. Oh my god, there's so many... Alright. Okay. Also, what is this terminal want? Oh, there's nothing on this terminal. Okay. Although, can we fabricate something in this garage? We could. It takes chemicals, ceramic, and metals, but most of those we're probably going to be able to find in the whatsamahoozies. Damn, your zebra's jacked? Hell yeah, he is. Look at these muscles. Hidalgo, the kobold. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How'd you find me? Was I just popping up in your, like, recommendeds or something like that? Or were you directed here by another kobold? Because there's a lot of kobolds out there. I've noticed there's a lot of kobolds on Twitch. Shouldn't you have pecs, not boobs? These are pecs. Like... They're very muscular pecs. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah. No one else has complained, let me tell you. Not a one. Thank you so much for the follow, though. I do appreciate it.
So you made it out okay. Those tremors were intense. But we're doing fine here. I think West Fort Knott got the worst of it, though.
That's not good.
Has already been prepared. If you could deliver it to West Fort Knott as quickly as you can, that'd be great. We need to support each other at times like these. So pick up the priority order from the delivery terminal right away. I'm counting on you, Sam.
You just typed in furry to see what you would see. Oh, look, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a lot of furry streamers out there, now more than ever, I feel like, especially because of the... For the last, for the last 5 years, there's definitely been more furry streamers now more than ever because of the... Just because of the popularity of VTubers and how every year there's VTuber like software and techniques making it all the more easier for people to join in. I've started streaming like 4 years ago, so I kind of came in after sort of the wave of like, you know, Western blah blah blah. All right, let's see. So, oh, okay. So you want me going all the way there? Honestly, I feel like I want to do a bit of a sneaky. I want to do a bit of a sneaky because you see here, there's like this, like if we can get some materials into this rail here. So 120 crystal, 160 resin, 360 special alloy. And then we can probably contribute some more over onto that side there. So then that way we could probably do a very sneaky passing of the materials. Or actually no, we'll at least make that one, which then connects us to the mine. So yeah. I have an idea. Alrighty, fabricate equipment. So we can do equipment. Combat boots are new, but I don't want to use those. High voltage. We've got another ladder and some Uzis. Can we can fabricate equipment, we can customize our look. Give me a second. So, got a few materials. $390. I'm trying to remember what we... It was like special alloy... I think it was special alloy and resin we needed. Place in the offloader. And then let us recycle... Let's recycle the blood grenade. Is there... Alright. Let me just have a... Let me have another look at my map. Alright, so this requires... Yeah, resin special alloy, which we've been picking up. And, yep, we just grabbed some Cairo crystals, so that should be enough to help us get all of the, blah, 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 blah. That should help us get that rail done, which should get us closer to this. And then we just need to get this rail done, which requires more special alloy and resin, which we can probably get from the other facility. Alright. Alright, let's recover. Alright, let's head out. Let's get into our vehicle.
Thank you.
Alright. So that's probably the rail we need to go to. Don't get people who judge furries, etc. If you guys want to do that, let them do that. There, look. That one felt. I will be real. That one felt like a bit of a bait message. I'll be real with you, because there is a few reasons to like judge furries. All right, we're not somehow without blemish or without controversy and drama. Alrighty, so here is this guy.
Gotta stretch my legs.
Alright, let's restore this monorail. So 160 resin, and then we'll do the 480. Any excess will be stored in our backpack or offloaded as cargo, which is what's happening here. Not judging, I'm just supporting furries. I'm not trying to start anything. Look, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know why, it's just... Your last message, almost, it just felt like a bit of a, oh, I don't understand. And, like, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, no, it was probably just in regards to the comments I made, how, like, for the last, like, 5 years, because of VTubing technology and, like, software and techniques have just been getting easier each generation. So... You know, the fact that we have it way easier now than before, when streaming was like first a thing, for people to not only create like personas on the internet, but also in that regard make them part of, you know, people's personas. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that's not right. Alright. So there's the first one. So 1's over there, 4's over there. Where is 3? Ooh, I see. It's because of the river. That would do it. Rivers are a problem. Go. Alright, so the narrowest part of the river is probably here. I'm pretty sure I have the... Let me just see if I have a ladder with me. Yep, I've got 2 pieces of ladder, which is what I needed. So, ding, equipped. Alrighty. Can I connect this ladder? Unstable surface, unstable surface. Okay, so not even... Oh, wait, no, hang on. Looks like We might have a narrower spot there. Let's see. How about here? Nope, that's still not good. Oh my goodness, we just don't... Alright, looks like we're gonna have to try and cross this river with the machine that we have. It's gonna use up a lot of battery, but we don't exactly have a lot of options, so... Alright, here we go. Yellow. Hopefully you're able to get through all that. Alrighty. Pick up the chiral crystals. Okay, package number 2 of 4. And we've got chiral package 3 of 4. And then we've got a chiral package over there. Actually, no, hang on. Let's not run all the way to it when we can quite easily just go into our vehicle again and drive to it. Here we go. Plus, it looks like there is a charger right here, which will be very useful. Oh! That is in the water. Okay, hang on. Alrighty, put you in the offloader. That way... Okay. Come on. Shit. Come on. Come on. And grab you. Gotcha. There we go. I'm kind of worried about that package, to be real with you. Alright, let's do a quick upgrade to you, because you just need chiral crystals. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, there's definitely been plenty of furries that have been able to get into streaming, which was fantastic because of the fact of VTubers just being fantastic now to use as streaming sources. Alrighty. Let's accelerate through here. And let's just drive through here. I feel like there would have been a river at this point, but it doesn't look to be there anymore. I guess that thing is just floating. Alright. The trick we're probably gonna use to get back to the, distribution center that's down there, or West Fort Knot, is we'll probably come in through the back way. Alright, deliver those. Should be good. Please be happy with me, son.
Hey, glad you can make it. I'll check the orders on file now.
Yeah! Legend of Legends, let's go!
Are you really giving us all of this?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Now displaying your current porter grade. See you.
Alrighty. Here's...
Order completed. Well done.
Alright, you we're gonna store in the garage. Actually... yeah, we're gonna recycle you. Love the Evangelion colors. Alright. We are gonna fabricate a pickup truck. And that pickup truck... let's see, so we can do a sticky cannon. So sticky cannon is automatically detects and collects nearby cargo, placing it in the shelf, which is a good idea. And then we'll do... okay, you need more resin for the battery units, so we're gonna need to be very mindful of our battery usage. But I know we've been seeing chargers along the way, so we'll be able to deal with those here and there. Alright. Recycle and store. So in our private locker, all these things are... no, don't recycle them. Oh, no, I don't want to recycle them. I want to, customize look, claim material... no, that's not it. Facility storage, there we go. So all of you are gonna go into there. Nah, I'm gonna keep you guys attached to me. And then... so, this is to deliver all aid packages and Kyle printer parts to F1. So probably the best way to do that is to go following the monorail to the best of our abilities. Alright, so... we're trying to get to there. So what we'll do is we'll detour... so we'll go along here, because it looks like there's chargers along the way, getting us to the northwest coast, and then we can go drive along there. So 400 Kyro crystals, 640 resin, 720 special alloy. So we need 720. This is a lot of aid package. Alright, it's going to be heavily loaded while we do this. Alright, so... one, two, three. So we need like 1,000 resin, which we don't really have a lot of. Let's recycle you back into the system. Alright, we're gonna head out.
Thank you.
Alright. Claim materials. So, we can't get any more resin. And we can't get any more special alloy. So that's a shame. We're just gonna have to keep an eye on that stuff when we go through our travels. Is there really no way for us to... okay, I guess there isn't. Oh, special alloy. Yes, please. That's cool. And then... Are we heading to West Fort Knot? So that's the mine north. Yep, West Fort Knot is where we're going, so we benefit from picking up West Fort Knot stuff. Oh, and there's paved roads as well that we could be contributing to as well. Oh boy.
Gotcha.
Alright, let's avoid that moisturizer. We don't need that moisturizer, and I don't want my sticky cannon picking it up. There we go. An overcharged battery is going to help us out.
Well, I know you're tired, dear. So I shut the door and leave. For a glass of wet champagne. Pour it on the TV screen.
Repair materials for the West Fort Knot again. That will be very helpful. Nice.
Yeah!
Oh my god, a kangaroo! And then there's a dude called the Inventor. Okay, that's a new name.
That's the way.
Never met a man called the Inventor before, so...
You're mine.
Oh. That's probably him over there. Alright, let's...
Gotcha.
Oh, you bastard.
That one.
How am I supposed to get to you?
Gotcha.
How does that inventor expect me to deliver his things? You gotta go? You need to catch up with this before you get more spoilers? Understandable. I need to figure out... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, this...
So shut the door and
Kojima, you son of a bitch. We have to be concerned about tides. Easy does it. Easy does it.
don't rely on famous men.
You better appreciate the fact that I'm giving you all your shit back in Enter. This guy... Sure, you set yourself up, like, really fucking far away from everyone, but let me tell you, my man, you gotta take better care of your shit. Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Alright, that's a lot of stuff to return. Anti-timefall clothing, a vitals analyzer, a prototype underwater filtration device, portable capacitors, and viscous rubber. There is a lot.
What business brings you to my doorstep? Wait, are you carrying some cargo that got washed away after the quake? I'll need a moment to process and confirm.
Yeah, you do.
Well, where on earth?
750 likes!
I've given up on ever seeing it.
Hell yeah. Oh, we almost got 2 stars. Goldie!
993 with the percent sub.
Thank you so much for subscribing to Tier 1. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. It looks like you're subscribing for like 6 months in advance as well. I'm gonna have to keep streaming for the next 6 months, it seems.
You're bringing people into the chiral network, yes? I'd be interested in that. Get me online.
Can do, my man. Hopefully there'll be some really interesting structures in and around you, so then that way you won't believe it. You know what? 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 What won't I believe, Goldie? Do tell me. What won't I believe? They'll probably type something. Ding. Oh my god, the inventor has a mustache. That's awesome. Alright, so that opens up that little corner, giving us some structures, and it looks like there's an aid request down there as well. Hell yeah. Let's go, a few extra likes for the porter thing.
I think this could prove useful to you. Try it and see if you agree.
Oh, hey! It's a little, it's an otter cap. We had something like that in Death Stranding 1. That's kind of cool. The Otter Hood. A hood shaped like an otter and designed using all of the inventor's intelligence and know-how. Wearing the hood makes you feel like an otter, greatly improving your swimming abilities. When equipped, Sam will automatically pull the hood over his head during times of timefall or swimming.
I call this an otter hood. It's an original invention of my very own.
It's not an original invention, but, you know,
the water as happily as not.
Good for you.
You'll never be at risk of drowning ever again. It's guaranteed to make you feel like a born swimmer. Which, given the recent flooding, is... I'll bet you could find some use for it too, in your life.
I already tried to buy a subscription to Vatcos for 6 months. It cost me about 3,000 rubles. I bought it for myself through a friend in America. And now I bought it in rubles for you and 6 months for 600, and I paid for the purchase through a QR code, although Apple Pay is banned in Australia. What the hell? You're resourceful as fuck is what it is. That is real fucking resourceful. The difference is like 5 times. Yeah, that's kind of insane.
Someone else.
Your friend in America ripped you off.
Well, I just think otters
I'm gonna move over into standing mode once again.
These adorable mustelids live the better part of their lives in water. Floating on the surface, flat on their backs. Grace personified. In becoming an otter, we can become one with the water. That's what...
Don't become an otter.
Hey,
See you later. First and foremost, let's see if we can get some material off you. Let's see. Special delivery for Hey, nice! Actually, that's gonna be very useful. Actually, before... Yeah, we're gonna exit the... Abort that. Let's see. Can we claim any... Let's grab just 180. Chemicals, resin? Yep. And we will put you in the offloader. You're heavily loaded right now, but hopefully it won't be a problem. It won't be the worst situation. Here we go. For the US, the cost is $30. For the Russian Federation, minus 10. The system didn't let me pay in this discussion, but now it works. Nice! Okay, so it was one of those, like, currency conversion thingamajiggies where Google took it on their side rather than, Alright, let's have a look. So, we want to go through here. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's go through this direction. So we need to be very careful of this pathing. Oh my god, he's got another house plant over there. The joke is that I could have saved money now if I had known, but I overpaid because of the region pricing. Are you aware that our games don't cost 60 to 80 GOTS, but 20 to 30? That's pretty fucking lucky. In Australia, it costs us, like, it just costs us $90 for most games, like, on consoles and what have you. It is expensive getting games in Australia. Like, Americans are complaining about the cost of games right now, and it's like, yeah, we've had to deal with that kind of cost, like, ever since the Xbox 360 era. Video games have more often than not have cost over $100 for us. It's a bit much. There we go. Alrighty. So now we go to... Oh, the monorail is connected now. Excellent. That is fantastic, actually. That is actually fantastic. What it means is that we can actually just, you know, hop onto the monorail with our truck and everything. Hang on a second. Give me a second. We take the turn here. Ooh! But what we can probably do is we can upgrade this mine. That's what we can probably do. Alright, hang on. Let's see. Upgrade this mine? Hey, we are so close. That is crazy. Alright, and then we've got... Alright, so we got these special alloys. Let's see. Contribute you. And then... Let's see, we can use the monorail now to West Fort Knott. So we'll load the vehicle. That will be going there. Then we load the cargo. Private locker will go in. And then... Yep, so... Let's... Alright! Yeah! Look at us go! Hell yeah! We're on the monorail! We're just going through all this. Like, this is the benefit, is that now we can go between the distribution center and West Fort Knott via just this thing. Like, we don't need the car. We just use a monorail. It's fantastic. Oh my goodness. Oh, and we can just jump down if we want. That's kind of crazy. Are you in... We're not jumping down. That isn't... Oop. Oh my god, this is so cool. For the whole world, the price is about 7,000, 8,000 rupees, so you play here, it costs 3,000. Damn. Australia doesn't get cheap prices. We have a pretty decent, like, you know, living standard in Australia, but because Australia wants to, like, compete with, like, the Western Hemisphere and such like that, rather than Southeast Asia, we're trying to live to that standard, so it's a bit costly living in Australia. But I quite like it here in Australia, though, to be real with you. Here we go. Yeah! Freight has been transported by monorail, successfully unloaded at destination. So hopefully, yep, all our stuff is stored, which means we can now just hand it in. Especially somewhere like Sydney, I can't believe some of those prices. Oh yeah, John does, absolutely, John does overtime. It can be a little bit costly. Like, 6 of Australia's cities are in like or like 4 or 5 of Australia's cities are in like the top 10, like, you know, most expensive cities to live in or something like that. It's something really crazy where it's like Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and Perth are major cities in Australia, and many of them cost over 2.5 times in order to, like, you know, own a property and live in there. Hell yeah. Oh. Thank goodness we found the inventor. Closes off that little gap there, which means the monorail was available to us. Oh, we probably could have found that guy way sooner.
Sam, I'm so glad to see you again. We just got hit by a massive quake. I was afraid you might have got hurt out there. Or worse. Anyway, I'll check your cargo.
So yeah. So I don't live in New South Wales or Victoria, so I don't have to deal with that kind of expensive living, but, you know, when you're living in Australia, like southeast Australia area, you do have to deal with cost. Got a new music.
You took excellent care of
Yes!
It really shows.
Undetected by hostiles.
Found some of our missing stuff, did you?
Yes, I did. Ooh, baby. You're part of the boomerang generation? What in the world is the boomerang generation? I have never heard of an Australian utilize that phrasing before. Boomerang? Are you saying you're like, is that like a different kind of boomer, or is boomerang just an entirely different, like, classification, and it isn't actually, like, you know, based off of, like, demographic age? Remember, himbo. People who moved out and had to move back into their Oh! Oh, that's... Ooh.
Thank you so much. We should be able to get our chiral printer in working order now.
That is a very clever naming scheme for Australians who move out and come back home to their parents because of, you know, let's be frank, it's cheaper living with your parents. But because of the northwestern values that Australia likes to go on with, you know, the values that are seen in the UK, US, and Canada and such, they don't look at living with your parents past the age of 25 as like a quote-unquote good thing. They see it as like, oh, there's either a problem with the country or a problem with you, and they would very few times would they ever admit there's something wrong with the country. But I know in Southeast Asia, however, way more often it's not seen as like taboo to be over the age of 25 living with your family or something like that in Southeast Asian countries. So it's a little bit crazy that, you know, like, if Australia interpreted itself as a Southeast Asian country, we would be fucking wild. We would be in the level of like Singapore kind of levels where people where like, you know, the level of living that many of us would be at would be like seen as astoundingly high. Like, there would, and like the disparity of like, you know, cheap or expensive wouldn't be as like big of a variance like it is in Singapore. But that's not how Australia thinks. Australia was built on, you know, British colonization and settlers. So like, it's British values and British upbringing and interpretation, where for them it's like, oh no, it's like, it's all about class and income. And then, oh my god.
There are a few large
crazy. When the situation settles down, I'll invite you to visit me. Noted. Don't know how the situation will settle down, but we'll leave it at that.
As for the mines, no one knows if
Best of luck.
too. But if you happen to be headed that way, you might want to see if they're still around.
Uh-huh. What?
You've been such a big help to us.
I'm 35 as well. Oh, I'm in my 30s as well. It is costly living on my own, and I am not in a situation where I can easily grab someone to like live with me right now, just because of the simple case of, like, yes, I'm in a 2-bedroom apartment, but one of these rooms is my office. Maybe a zombie apocalypse will make everything settle down. Nope. As we've learned from Death Stranding, that's not gonna do it.
Someone's been taken hostage.
We'll figure it out another. We'll figure it out.
The survivalists have been known.
Something will happen. Something will happen. We'll figure. We'll. I should shut up. I shouldn't be speaking about these things. Moving on.
D3 Magellan should be able to travel without issue. Call us if you need us. All right, Sam. Good luck.
Will do. Will do.
Well done.
Alright, so we can take a major order from the South Distribution Center Terminal. And then these are standard orders. Okay, so we've already delivered that one. We've already delivered that one. So we can dispose of the tar drugs at the brigands. We can go and recover some vehicle paints and return them to the animal shelter. And we can deliver an improved timefall monitoring device. Honestly, that might be the better one to do. That one there is the custom part. So those are all standard deliveries. Those aren't, like, you know, requirements. Also, I just realized that thing has... Does it have materials in here? No, it doesn't. I must have used them. I must have used many of them up. Where does it... Oh, I need to go back. Okay, hang on. Is there a way for me to use the monorail from here? Hang on. Facilities. Use the monorail. There we go. So that gets us to the mine. Alright, let's go to the distribution center. Loading our vehicle. Container to southern thingamadoogies. And then we are going to get on the monorail as well. And... yeah. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Damn, the monorail is good. Oh. But yeah. Zombie, like, here's the thing with zombie apocalypses as well. Zombie apocalypses, as we have seen in so many popular sciences, is that because of the fact that zombies don't have a set-in-stone method of how they come about and such like that, they are normally, like, the manufacturing of zombies have always been based out of whatever fears we have societally. Like, zombies, when they were first brought into film, were brought up because of, like, you know, black magic, hoodoo magic in the Deep South, and, you know, resurrecting people from graves and what have you. So that was the first reason, for, you know, obvious racial reasons. Films would then change that lore, so, you know, as, you know, more and more, like, as we progressed in the ages, it then went to different kinds of magics, viral infections, and now and now you've seen like fungal infections as well. So there have been like the method of how zombies have come about have always like changed. There's some that take heavy inspiration from rabies as well. That too as well. Like that's the thing. It's all like the method of zombie infection, or you know, the zombie outbreak has changed based off of our fear societally. So the only thing that is consistent with the zombies has always been the initial scare, which is the breakdown of our complex systems of transportation, of commerce, food, government. Like, it's always been this case of, oh, apocalyptic event where the dangers that we have as individuals have escalated so much more than, you know, without the zombies and what have you. So it's meant to be a regression of us versus them to a smaller scale. So instead of it being a case of like, you know, country v country, it's now neighbor v neighbor, or in this case, neighbor v zombie. But as has been seen in most media depictions of zombie outbreaks and such, the me versus zombie gets solved relatively quickly because it's a me versus them. It's a very quick resolve of like, oh, we work better together as a group to deal with zombies. But then it's a case of us versus them, which is, you know, no one has figured out that yet. We still have those kinds of problems. So they're regularly brought up with zombies. And unfortunately, the only common trend we get in improving the ties of us versus them is the scapegoating of whatever problems we have in order to combat a greater evil, which is, again, just an us versus them. Like, it's why, you know, alien invasions, for instance, like, can really bring people together and such, because us versus them. We don't have really good solutions for how do we resolve us versus them conflicts, because we're not explicitly evil, but we have both observed like either a moral dilemma and have come to it in different we've come to it with different conclusions. Like, that's why we have different political parties in the country, is because they've seen an economic problem and they have different thoughts on how that solution should come about, because there are elements that one solution gives positively but can also be seen as negative influences that some people, because like, yeah, it's tough. We have people licking toilet seats during COVID, so a viral zombie outbreak would end everything. It wouldn't. It would end a lot of things, but maybe not the licking toilet thing. That's just weird. Although, to be real with you, licking toilet seats does sound very much like furry shitting in litter boxes, where it's just used as a you know, as a target of like ridicule, and it doesn't actually happen. Let's see. So we got CSS. Rescue the Dowser's friend from the armed survivalists. Ooh. Okay. That one looks like it's gonna be a bitch and a half to do, I'm gonna be real with you. So I'm gonna have Sam retreat to the private room downstairs, just so then that way we can quietly call it a night. Oh, it's happened. She felt... Oh. Are you talking about Jojo Siwa? First and foremost, she's not a furry. Secondly, she did it under a Big Brother scenario where the ego and the surveillance state encourages that kind of bullshit. It's fucking disgusting. We hate it. I personally hate it. Like, I have my issues and fears of Truman Show kind of stuff with myself, but I also have an issue with, you know, Big Brother nonsense. Good morning, Coach. Hi, welcome. I'm gonna be real with you, Coach. You came in at a relatively bad time. I am so sorry. Because I know it's not 10 o'clock explicitly right now, but I was gonna go... Lol, nah, it was some unknown girl who was on Dr. Phil for something... Oh, god damn it. That's gonna be some fun. And that's the other thing as well. It's just, like, when you get, like, weird information like that, where it's like, you know... Yeah. You just don't have a really good way to combat it, because it's like, not everyone has this. Not everyone does that. And it's like, oh, but what about this person? And it's like, don't straw man me, please. Like, that's a them thing. It is not a factor that is applied to it's okay, it's early morning coach hours. Understandable. So yeah. Well, it's late night for me. That's what it is. It is late in the evening for me. Like, look outside Sam's window. It is like, it's nighttime. I need to go and get some sleep. I kind of also want to go to the bathroom as well, but mostly I want to go to sleep after that as well. So I am going to go and call it here. We have done quite a bit of play. It was fantastic. I enjoy this game. There definitely is a lot of downtime in this game where I just need to be doing back and forth and what have you. But let me tell you, Joe does overtime. Thank you so much for keeping me conversation and what have you. Same as you, Goldie. It's really beneficial when I have viewers and chatters that, you know, engage me, like, you know, mentally and try and get me into conversations and what have you. I very, very much appreciate it. And I hope you all enjoyed Death Stranding 2 on the beach. I certainly did. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and raid into someone I highly respect. We are gonna go and raid into Unnamed 471. They are a hyena. They have recently done a re-debut of their hyena model. They have done some significant updates to the tracking, to the materials, to their outfits. It's fantastic. Their overlays have also changed as well. So I would love to see some of you come along into this raid, and we'll do a himbo raid message. So this is the proper himbo raid message, which is himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals are prepared to get swole. I will be back online late Saturday night. So if you are not in Australia wondering, why does Grant stream at such a terrible time for me? Don't worry, Saturday night is when I stream very late in the evening, which means it is the morning for the Americans, it's the afternoon for the Europeans, it's a better time for another part of the entire of the world that is on the internet and what have you. So, hopefully I will see some of you then, but otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And I hope to see you all Saturday, but otherwise, we'll see you all next time. Bye for now.